Great. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I'd like to call the Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023 council meeting to order at 9:04 a.m. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the Blackfoot and the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. The city of Chestermere is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. Before we begin, I would like to point out that we are conducting this meeting virtually. You can visit the agenda page on the city's website for more information on how to participate in today's council meeting. With that, let's begin. So first of all, we're looking for the approval of the agenda, which I understand that we've got one item that Ledge would like us to amend. Just wait for them to bring it up on the screen. Thank you. Okay, Callan, would you like us to read the entire, that's one motion, the whole thing?
Yes, as one motion should be sufficient.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, Council, if I could get a councillor to read the motion forward. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accept the May 2nd, 2023 regular council meeting agenda with the following amendments. Remove Section D, Item 1, fourth quarter financial update presentation, and Section D, Item 2, tax rate presentation. Move Section F, Item 1, being the MDP discussion, to follow the approval of the minutes.
Great, thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried? Thank you very much. Okay, so that we don't have to then approve the minutes as amended. That basically did that. Okay, great, thank you. All right, moving on to item number C, which is on pages 3 to 8, the approval of the past minutes. The council, are there any comments or questions in relation to April 18th, 2023 regular council meeting minutes? Seeing none, hearing none. If I could get a motion to accept the minutes as presented. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the April 18th, 2023 regular council meeting minutes and acknowledges the official administrator's comments.
Thank you. Any comments or questions, council? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, council, are there any questions in relation to number 2, which is April 18th, 2023 special council meeting minutes? All right, thank you. If I can get a motion to move that forward, Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the April 18th, 2023 special council meeting minutes and acknowledges the official administrator's comments.
Great. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 3, which is pages 16 to 29, which is the April 25th, 2023 regular council meeting minutes. Councillor, are there any comments or questions in relation to those minutes? All right, if I can get a motion to read those or to accept those minutes as presented. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the April 25th, 2023 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to item number, we're moving into the MDP discussion.
Point of order.
Yes.
We didn't adopt the agenda, did we?
Yes. That was the first motion that we
Okay,
did.
I'm sorry.
The revised motion we did. Thank you, though. Motion of the council accept.
Thank you.
Okay. So in relation to the next item on the agenda, which is on page 150 to 152, which is the MDP discussion, today presented by Elizabeth Armitage, our senior planner with the City of Chestermere. Good morning, Liz.
Good morning. Can we pull up the map that is in the report? This morning's discussion should be pretty quick, I think, maybe. We are here today to discuss the MDP future land use map, which is on the screen right now. In particular, if we scroll down to the lower end of the map, you will see the purple area labeled as C. That is employment lands. Administration understands that there's been a couple ongoing conversations occurring regarding these lands. One of which is with the Serenity Land developer, who we did an update to council on that a couple weeks ago, maybe a month and a bit ago. And that project is underway. And then there are additional conversations about the section of land south of the Serenity area, where the sea is actually at, about potentially looking at having this land be residential rather than industrial. And administration is seeking input and guidance from council as to whether or not this is something that council would like us to evaluate and look at more. We are evaluating it with the Serenity application regardless of, and that'll come up at another date. However, as we know that there's other discussions happening, we thought maybe there's some synergies here and we can pull these discussions together. And then as well, we wanted to note that any amendments to the MDP of this magnitude would have to go to the CMRB. And therefore, we thought we'd get this in front of you guys right away to kind of have some dialogue about if this is area you guys are looking at switching to residential, being that whole section with the sea on it, plus the Serenity lands that are in front of us, or if we don't need to combine two projects and try to create some savings. So with that, we are looking for your input on the residential in this area instead of industrial. I should add, noting we have not done any engineering, any studies. We have not evaluated it for the appropriateness of residential there. That would be what we're asking you guys to send us and do if that is part of your guys' wishes.
Thank you, Liz. Just a question, in regards to it being mixed use, like if there's, is that a discussion we would have today, or?
I think that there is the mixed-use commercial neighborhood, mixed-use commercial downtown center, commercial corridor, I think is what that says. So there are options. We don't have to just look at residential. We could look at different options. And there is the potential of looking at a mixed-use, creating kind of a new idea of more of a residential mixed use with industrial, or maybe a portion is residential and a portion is industrial, or
personally, I don't see industrial mixed with residential, but I do see, obviously, as you can see, the orange circles that are around the map being specific locations for mixed use within neighborhoods. I see that as kind of more of the focus of what we would have with the residential component, along with, the standard light retail commercial that would be located in neighborhoods. But for sure, I know that part of our discussions around our annexation are around that area being residential, along with the area that's to the south of that. But council, what are your thoughts? Councillor Funk?
Through the mayor to Liz. Just my thoughts are that with the extension of Pagan Trail eventually coming through there, and then as the mayor mentioned with the annexation, I can see that being more of a mixed use with some commercial and stuff along the Pagan Trail corridor and stuff, with potentially residential south of it. To kind of mix in with that kind of future idea that I think we all have, and of course that is somewhat based on the annexation as to what happens there. But I don't see industrial, definitely not industrial, throughout that whole space. I think that's I don't think it's a good area for it, being that close to the city with industrial, or to the main residential area right now.
Yeah, and to clarify, I should add, employment lands is Chestermere's term for that lighter industrial. So just for anyone who's watching who might be confused at why we're using the word industrial, we've always called them employment lands. However, commercial is also employment. Yeah. But in our definitions, it's more of a light industrial that is the purple.
Now, do you see our MDP plan giving indications of what would happen to the south of it, or do you see it maintaining in our borders only?
The MDP is only in our borders.
It doesn't influence what happens on the edge of the borders, or?
Well, typically the two municipalities are talking to each other and are aware of plans that are happening. And so if we start the process of reevaluating what this is, Rocky View would be circulated, they would be aware of it.
Okay.
And then we try to build border edge conditions that, don't collide. We want them to have buffers. We want them to be able to coexist peacefully. So, for example, if Rocky View was looking at heavier use industrial and we were going to put residential there, we would look at how to build that boundary so that it coexists. So essentially we do talk and we do work together. Ultimately, we are the approving authority for what is inside Chestermere. They are the approving authority for what is inside Rocky View. And we both have to go through the CMRB on significant changes.
And so what you're looking at from us today is to acknowledge this as information, but also to provide direction in relation to amending the MDP, and then ultimately to submit that back to the CMRB.
And as I mentioned, we know Serenity, we're working with them right now. We know there's going to be an application. Well, there is an application that we're evaluating for their land specifically. Our thought is, with the annexation discussions, if we are looking at changing things within that rest of the remainder of Cell C, it only makes sense to do them together.
Right.
And to present one package, do a comprehensive review, and save time, energy, money for everybody.
Okay. Yeah. No. As I understand here, you've indicated here that it's important for us to implement this change now, as this change will be presented to the CMRB with Serenity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and I would bring them into one application instead of Serenity on its own. I would loop them together in one. We would do one MDP amendment that accommodates both Serenity and the remainder of Block C.
Excellent. How would you like that? Do you have a motion of that worded? How you'd like us to word that?
Helen and I chatted a little bit about this yesterday, and since we didn't really know what direction you guys were going to want to go, I believe we have one motion that is to accept for information.
Yep.
And a second motion, I don't know if it's in here.
While he's looking for that, I'll just ask, are there any other comments, Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. Through the mayor to Liz. So the Serenity project still needs to go before the CMRB, is that?
The MDP amendment, yes,
MDP
because they're
amendment.
creating ultimately more than 199 units of residential. The MDP part of it would need to go through the CMRB, yes. And there is engineering that needs to be reviewed as part of all of these applications. And, we need to look at how, with the MDP, there might need to be more policies about boundary conditions and there might be more tweaks that need to be made. So it's not an overnight process, but it is something that, given the annexation conversations that are happening and the Serenity conversations that are happening, it, in my mind, just makes sense to bring them together.
Okay. Councillor Dean?
So what does that kind of a timeline look for? Because does that mean then that Serenity project doesn't move forward until CMRB approval of that MDP? Is that?
Ultimately, we need to get that one going as quickly as we can, because the CMRB process is a approximately 60-day review process with the appeal periods, approximately. Can be quicker, but no guarantee. And so we need to get through public hearing here on any changes, and proceed.
Yeah.
So you're looking at a couple months at least, plus the CMRB time.
Yeah. Further review. Yeah. It's not too bad, but it's long enough.
Mayor,
Comments?
excuse me,
Do you
Mayor.
have the motion that you, or Councillor Boat? Sorry.
I was just going to make one point. Sorry. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Liz, do you want to maybe just comment briefly as to the timeline CMRB takes to review the file as well? Because I think that's the important thing here as well, with the combined application.
60 days.
CMRB is 60 days? Sorry, I thought ours was 60 days.
We move ours as quickly as we can once we have the information and all the details. And of course, if we're looking at doing a bigger amendment than just Serenity, then we need to do a bit of work as administration as well. So we do that as quickly as we can. Mark's got a lot of free time, I hear. And then the CMRB, once we submit after public hearing, is typically 60 days.
Okay. Okay, so if we can move the first motion forward, if one of the councillors could bring it forward on the floor. Councillor Hanley?
A motion that the council accepts the MDP discussion presentation as information.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. All right, the second motion that it seems like we're going to wordsmith. Liz, how would you see us saying that? If we're looking at the motion to proceed as you've recommended, are you saying that it be done with Serenity in the motion, or should it simply say that we're just recommending that the MDP amendment?
I'm thinking City Director of Community Growth and Infrastructure to evaluate options for Block C employment lands in the Municipal Development Plan.
Okay.
And that way we can look at options for that mixed use, the different things we've kind of talked about today, not just straight residential. And then come back with something we recommend.
Okay.
And we can bring Serenity into that. I don't know that I would include them in the motion because ultimately they're an independent application. They could change their mind.
Yeah.
But I do suspect that if it helps them move forward, they would be in support of this as well. But I haven't had those conversations with them.
So, Callan, I believe that she's indicating, if we can reference it like this, in the presentation, I don't know if you want to put the page number, page 151, Block C. And evaluate Block C for best use, or what would you use?
Yeah, potential uses,
Okay.
including mixed use and residential.
Okay. Councillor Dean?
Sorry, just oh, sorry, I apologize. Through the mayor to Liz. So is all of Block C still zoned as the employment lands?
In the future growth map, yes.
Including the Serenity lands at the moment.
Yes.
And so for that change, that happens after the public hearing?
So we do an evaluation of everything that's submitted. If we're just talking Serenity alone, then we'd come to first reading because it's a bylaw, MDP bylaw amendment. We do public hearing, then we go to CMRB. They make their changes, then we come back for third reading. Second reading usually is in there as well. But CMRB circulation is always after public hearing because we need to have the public input because what we send to the CMRB, we can't change. Whatever they approve, we can't even fix a typo type thing. That's it. So we always do public hearings so that we can have meaningful input. And then typically I think we do second reading, then send it, assuming second reading is the same day as public hearing. And then that would come back. And so that's why we're thinking if there's two different activities happening right now, we want to draw them together. And knowing the importance of the annexation to City Council, we thought maybe we need to see what you guys want us to do here.
Okay. Councillor Dean?
Thank you. So through the mayor to Liz, so they held a open house 4 or 5 weeks ago, and at that open house presented what the plan is for Serenity, the drawings, all that kind of stuff. So then, just to help my own understanding of process, and the purpose of them doing that is to assist with their application process first.
Yep.
So it would be, we're gathering a whole bunch of information about a concept that we have. Now we want to take that, make it as part of our plan. That plan then goes to the city then works on it, then it goes to CMRB, and away we go. Is that?
It's a very high level summary, because once the city gets it, all our internal departments review it, and then there might be changes back and forth. Then we send it to external agencies, so like Alberta Transportation, WID, all the different major stakeholders. Then we bring it to council. Before, we used to always bring it to council for first reading, then do external circulation. But we've started changing that up a little bit. It's not legislated when we do that. It just has to happen. So many municipalities do their circulations before it even gets to first reading. So that's process stuff that Travis and I have been having some conversations about, and we were having conversations about through the Clearwater Park experience as well. Just that all these circulations take time. And so where can we get some synergies to improve that process? And so we're hoping to be able to implement a few of those things now with Serenity.
Any other comments? Councillor Hanlon?
Should there be a time item in this motion of when to report back to council? And if so, how long would you need?
That is definitely at your discretion. And Mark, since you're not busy,
Next Tuesday? Next Tuesday, next week.
Not that quick. I guess the issue is we'll have to look at what the document, I mean, Serenity's giving us some documents, right, to help us. I mean, we could have a check back. I think maybe not have the answers within a month, kind of have just a check-in just to see these are the ideas that we see and what are potential and what's not potential, if there's something in there, right?
Okay, do we know the next council date in about roughly a month? I don't have the right schedule in front of me.
Next council day?
next month.
June 6th.
Okay, so if we can put June 6th, returning for an update? Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor, vote?
Through the mayor to Liz, so we now have went, by just running the numbers in my mind while we're talking here, we've now went from 60 days to we're going to be roughly about 90 to 120 days. 100, yeah, but to 100. It's going to actually double now by the time we get the results back from Mark and it comes back to council and then has to go to the CMRB. So we're looking at roughly about 3 months
Yep.
or more.
Yep.
Thank you.
We'll be quicker if we can.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, it's on a best efforts basis. And if we can move forward quicker, then for sure we will. All right. Council, if I can get this motion read into the record. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council directs City Director of Community Growth and Infrastructure and Administration to evaluate Block C, Figure 8 land use concept of the Municipal Development Plan for potential uses including, but not limited to, mixed use and residential, and report back to council for June 6th, 2023.
Thank you. Are any comments or questions? All right, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, Liz. All right, so moving on to item E, bylaws. We'll be looking at pages 30 to 111, which is bylaw 006-23, the offsite levy amendment bylaw presented by Mark Rialt today, our senior engineer for the city of Chestermere. Good morning, Mark.
Morning. Good morning, everybody, and members of council and the mayor. My name is Mark Roth, as said. I'm senior engineer for the city of Chestermere on the interim basis. I'm here today to talk about the offsite levy bylaw 00623, which is basically a redo of last year's budget offsite levies. And today I'm joined with Madeline Fisk, who is our new and improved offsite levy modeler, and she'll be doing all the modeling and taking over. She's worked with me this year and taking on more and more of the responsibility to keep the model and the bylaw up to speed. And I know today there will be lots of questions. I'm hoping, well, maybe there will be. I'm pretty sure there will be. But myself or Madeline will be able to answer most of those today, and if not, we can always come back on second or the public hearing that we're proposing. Today's agenda, we're going to do a quick introduction. We're going to talk about changes in the inputs that we use in the model to come up with the new bylaw, the area, the sanitary, water, storm, transportation, rec. Then we're going to summarize all the existing offsite levies, the changes to the existing offsite levy bylaw rates in the bylaw. And then we're going to go in and talk about the request last year that was made at this time about looking at fire and the library offsite levies and potentially adding those into our bylaw and what the rate would be. And then we're going to talk about the summary of all the rates together if we included the fire, and then recommendations from councils, and then questions. So our current bylaw only includes basically 5 offsite levies. Now, each of these are individual buckets, and you can't move money from one to the other, but we have water, sanitary, storm, transportation, and rec. The MGA also allows for fire halls, libraries, and police stations. And so last year, council asked us to look into potentially adding fire and libraries. So we work closely with our stakeholders, and we've developed an engagement plan 2 years ago that we're still following to date, with some visions and some strategies with our development industry. And we meet regularly with what we call the Build Chestermere Subcommittee on Offsite Levies. And through that engagement process, we improve our growth projection and land projection absorption issues, how much land's going to be in the model, because that's the denominator in the calculation. And then we update the information in the levy to keep them current. So if we have increased pricing, for example, the new Rainbow Road twinning, the cost that we have for that, we'd add that into there. And then we take these together and we make sure that they are, the development industry has all this information, all the background reports. We talk about the growth. We talk about all these things before we come here. And then all that information is put into our 25-year offsite levy model, which was originally developed by Corvus Business Solutions. This year, we've actually taken on the role with Madeline here to run that ourselves, as opposed to getting Corvus to do that for us. That was a lot of learning, but we got through it, and I think we got an excellent number. A lot of time and resources go into this to develop the bylaw. These are not, the model is very complicated. It's very good. I've got really high level feedback from the development industry, basically saying it's one of the best engagement, and it's clear and concise of what's in there and what isn't and why we've done things. So they're really happy with the model and how we go about developing the rates. So this year, unlike last year, we've added 2 new areas, Area 19 and Area 20. Now, these areas are sub-areas of the whole city, so certain offsite levies benefit the entire city, and other ones only benefit certain areas. And those ones that only benefit certain ones are related to storm and sanitary, because those are drainages. So we've looked at, based on the changes we did to the Northwest storm drainage, that we worked with the development industry, we had to add 19 and 20, just the way the flow drains down different systems. So those are kind of they're new, but they're just taken out of area 16 and 3 and taken out of 6 and to make 20. So no real change in the total area, but it is a change in the allocation. So, as we mentioned earlier, the offsite levy works on a 25-year window. Okay, so we have to predict how much land is going to be absorbed in the next 25 years. So when we did it this year, with all the numbers from the development industry and from reviewing Alberta government's numbers and City of Calgary's growth number and comparing them to our historical numbers, we increased the total numbers by about 2%. So we went from that 762 hectares to 776 hectares, which is really important because that is the denominator. And that seems a little low, but that's because we had an extraordinary growth. So the growth we had last year, we were expecting to have about 31 hectares of growth. We actually had 64 hectares of growth. So we had 33 hectares. So if you think about that 33 plus the 14, that's really what we've increased the models into the area into model. So there's quite a big change, but in the future year growth and the model the way the model breaks up, there's past growth, past information, and future. So there's some of that in this, but overall, that's what we really did. So we get into some of the inputs. So these are the numerator. So we made some changes on the transportation. We're currently doing a new updated TMP. So I wanted to minimize how many changes we did here. But what we really did was we moved most of the projects forward a year because we grow on average about 30 hectares. So when we grow 2 years in 1 year, we got to move all those projects forward 1 year. So that's what we did for most of the projects, unless there was some reason not to. And then we updated OSL 7 and 10, which are the 2 capital projects approved by the council that we have preliminary engineering on. And those were significantly higher than what was in the model. So we're increasing the overall model by about the total value in the model is $7 million. Now, some of that $397.5 million is beyond the 25 years. So not all that $400 million is in the 25-year model. Some of it's for future developers. Some of it's related back to the city and our benefiting area. On the water, we had some positives and some negatives on this. I guess we had our OSL 6, which is the proposed Northwest Trunk Sewer, which is part of the Clearwater development. That came in significantly higher than what was in the model. But on the positive side for the model was the OSL, the Rainbow Road trunk, came in significantly less. And then we moved a few of them forward based on the growth, and that's based on when the reservoir is going to happen and things like that, based on that 32 extra hectares of land. So the total projects in the model increased by $3.2 million. That, again, is the numerator. Sanitary, basically, there's no changes in the total prices. We moved a few projects around based on the growth and where the growth occurred. So one of the things that has changed that's not really shown in any of that 776 number is some areas based on developer input are going to grow faster than they were last year, and some areas are going to grow slower than last year. So there's been some movement within that map, which has caused a little bit of change in some of the rates individually. Storm. So Storm was a very interesting one. So we had a lot of information from the new KWL centralized storm facility costing model. We used that. We did a lot of work we brought forward to council a couple of weeks ago about the Northwest Storm Trunk and the different ideas. With that, we deleted a few projects and we added a few different things and got different numbers. Overall, it changed by $295,000 increase from what was in the model before. Now, this is not what we really wanted. We wanted a significant reduction, but we'll get into that a little later here, I guess. Recreation, again, we're still waiting for the rec study to occur, so we've just left everything the same. It's not it's in the model as it was originally. So no change in the actual costs or dates in the model, but we obviously move forward a year, so there's some changes in the actual rate. So looking at all this, there's a total of $507 million. Just make sure I catch myself up on my notes here. In infrastructure for all those different elements, and that would raise the rate to about 330,000 per hectare. That's about a 12% increase from last year's rate. That includes a 2% decrease in the actual because of the denominator, and then a 14% increase because of the cost, and that cost is the cost that I showed you there, plus costs associated with inflation and about borrowing costs. Our borrowing costs, obviously, in our model has gone up significantly from the previous year, so that's been included into this. Here's a summary now: the high and the low and the weighted average. So the weighted average is different than the average. So the average is just simply taking all the rates for all the different 20 areas and dividing it by the 20 areas. The weighted average is saying, oh, this one in the next 25 years has this much land. We times that rate and then divide it by that. So it weights it based on the development, how much land in each of those areas is going. So they're a little bit different. So you can see here the weighted average is only $295, almost $300,000. So these are important because when we start looking at other people's numbers, when you look at other people, it's like we don't know how they do theirs. Do they average it? Do they weighted average or whatever? And we don't even know what's in there. So when we get into that final slide that I show you comparing us to other ones, be very conscious we're comparing apples to oranges for the most part. They're offsite levies, they all call the same, but we're not comparing the same to same. So in 2022, we're at just under 300, and now we're at 330, right? And you can see there's a significant change in, I can show you in the next screen here. These are the percentages. So you can see the big change of all these things is in storm. Well, you just told me, Mark, there's only $295,000 added to that. Well, that's because, if you recall from last year, council directed administration and agreed with us to provide instead of giving a 205% increase that was suggested in the model, we gave 100%. We said we'll only increase it by 50%, but development industry and administration, you guys come together and come up with a bunch of savings. And what we talked about a couple weeks ago, we did. And we did an amazing job. It doesn't seem like that because what happened as soon as last year when we did that, we got another estimate, and that $68 million went to $95 million. So we were able to get it back down to $68 million, which was a huge cost savings by working together with development industry. So there was a real winning, but it didn't achieve the 50%. We did achieve a big reduction, but we're reducing off the wrong number. So that's where the OSL for water is. We have $68 million, or that should be stormwater for $68 million. So we're very close. Here again, this is kind of highlighting. So you can see the model last year was $60,000 a hectare, and we reduced it down to 40. Now we're at 71. Part of that 71 is we got to make up that year because the model doesn't care. It always will make us whole. Always gets us to zero in 25 years. So the model will always readjust everything to get us back to being whole. So there's a little bit of an increase in per hectare on the weighted average on some of these. So in summary, without the fire, the library in there, these would be the individual areas and what their rates would be. You can see water's global at 56,000. Sanitary is based on where you are, and same with storm. Transportation is global as well, and so is rec. So it doesn't matter where you're in the city, you get charged the same amount for water, transportation, and rec, and it only varies based on sanitary and storm. Okay? So we'll move on to the fire. So last year at the bylaw, one of the directions from council to administration was to us to start looking at what would the rate look like if we added fire and library to the offsite levies, because we had some studies or we were going to get some studies done. And so we said, okay, we'll do that, and we'll try coming back with some numbers, and here we are today. So we got some excellent information on the library business plan and space plan done in May 2020. The study did provide a lot of information. It provided various levels of service based on different square footages. So they had a 7,000 square foot, they had a 1,500 square foot library. They had our existing library staying open, closing. They had different levels, service levels based on what the Library Association of Alberta says, what our current level of service was. But it didn't really give me any direction of that 1,500, what it was supposed to be servicing. And there was no direction in there on what, and this is kind of a council decision, what is the level of service that we need from the offsite levy? Because one thing I need to know in order to do the calculation is the numerator, how much it cost, and how many people does it serve, and how many, so I can figure out how much of it's benefiting the existing, how much is it benefiting the future population, and how much is beyond the 25 years, if any, and is there any grants or that kind of stuff. So, we did request from the city manager and requested that someone from facilities person provide direction on this. We were informed at the time there was no one available to do this, so we don't have that information. And even if I wanted to calculate it, based on the numbers, if I use the Alberta Libraries Association of 0.7 square foot per person, right? If we put the 1,500, there would be no offsite levy because it would just benefit the existing population. So that's how far under service. So a 1,500 square foot library is probably not big enough for this community, right? So this is a bigger discussion, which is not, I'm an engineer. I'm not a library person, so don't ask me to, that's just not my skill set. So unfortunately, we were not able to calculate a rate, right? We get something in there, but it does bring to point that council needs to be aware that if they want to, their library is currently undersized for the population when it was 7,000 or 8,000 people based on that report when I read it. And then adding a 1,500 with our growth that we've seen, there really is no future. Most of that would be, if we put it into the model, almost 100% of that would be to existing population based on but that could change depending on the level of service that the community wants. And that's council's decision, right? But we definitely need direction, or one of your directors does anyways. So on the fire, on the other hand, we didn't have a study, but I did have a really good conversation with Fire Chief Coots before November, and he went out and got the information and built a fire study. I've got a draft study. It hasn't been accepted by council, but it was a study and I could use it. It was excellent. It had how many fire halls I needed, the overall cost of that, the year it was required, the population it would service, how it would service, how the existing station would service the old and the new and the benefiting areas, and if there was any funding sources. So we were able to use that number in that draft study to come up with a fire rate. So we add that into, it was $12.5 million. So that got added into the total infrastructure cost. So we're up at 519. It went from 330 up to 347,000 per hectare. So instead of being a 12% increase, it's a 17. So about a 5%. We'd add 5% to add fire at a $12.5 million station built in 2025. And of that, again, because the fire would benefit all, based on the fire study, it would benefit all future development. We would just readjust the zones to service the existing fire station. So we did crunch the numbers. You can see the one above there's obviously no fire. So in the one below, we added the 17,772. which, you know, and we'll get into the comparison at the end here. You'll see there's one, the city of Edmonton actually broke out and told us what their fire was. So we can look at that relative to what other communities are doing. So obviously it's a 100% increase because we go from 0 to nothing. So, and everything, so it's a 17.3 on the weighted. And then I'm sorry for this, but it's in the back of your report. This is really tiny, and I was trying to get everything on one screen, so don't. I can barely read this, so I can't imagine you guys reading this. But in here, we went through the internet and tried to find the latest and greatest numbers of other comparison. So again, we're comparing apples to oranges, so take these with a grain of salt, but they give us a relevant number of where we are. One thing that I will point to is the city of Edmonton. You can see that fire is 9,350 to 3,156. So they broke it out based on fire stations and the area that each of those fire stations. So you can see we're not the high and we're not the low, but we're in that low one is probably a fairly simple fire station. So most of them were in that 20 or above range. So that gives you an idea. And the overall, you can see I've given the numbers for Chestermere in the green there at 330 and 347 relative to St. Albert, Airdrie, City of Edmonton, those things. You know, some of the other ones, you got to look at the dates. We're talking 2020 versus 2023, and you know how much inflation's happened. So all those rates are kind of suspect when you get older. Some of them are lower. And, you know, when you read some of these documents, for example, Strathmore, they had a recommendation for a higher rate, but council decided for growth purposes to lower those and limit how much they went up. So there's different reasons for different people. So that gives you a relevant increase. But we are on the upper end of the per hectare, but we do a lot. But we are probably the highest stormwater in the province as far as I could see because of our unique situation. So in summary, we worked with multiple departments, financing, and Madeline did a great job of keeping everybody on track and really getting the model and making sure everything is perfect. Like we double checked everything. We have the increase and decrease based on the development areas and where they grow in the city based on input from the development industry. We have in the package that I provided today, we provided you a red line markup from the current to the past bylaw in there. And I haven't really mentioned that so far in my presentation. One area that I want to change is there's a red line markup about adding as an exempt. Right now, we don't charge offsite levies to MR. And that's because we're not allowed to charge offsite levies to MSR school sites. So we just, council in the past put that as blanket, so it's kind of a net versus gross. One of the areas that I want to take out of the model is public utility lots that are associated with offsite levy projects. So if you have a parcel of land and we need to put the centralized storm facility on your land, I don't think the developer should pay an offsite levy on that area for the benefits everybody. So I've added that into the bylaw. We'll take that out. Same with, say, a fire station. So if you put a fire station and we buy a PUL from you, or there's a PUL designated for it, why should they pay $300,000 a hectare for that? So we can put a fire station that benefits everybody. So that was one change that I'm requesting be changed. But it's only for PULs associated with offsite levy projects. So if you have a PUL because you have a storm pond on your site, that's not excluded. It's just they have to be associated with a project. So there's offsite levies, 12% increase without fire, 17% with fire. And there wasn't enough information to give a rate for if we want to add library. So I've come up with a couple, two alternative recommendations, and I'll just quickly go through them. So the first one is the way the bylaw is currently written. I've assumed that the fire is going to go ahead. That may or may not be true. So the first thing we need to do is ask council to authorize us to add a fire bylaw to offsite levy to the bylaw, right? So that's the first motion. And then the second one would be to give a first reading of this bylaw as presented, and then to schedule a public hearing on May 16th using our policy on providing public hearing. Now, my understanding is that a public hearing is not necessarily required, but it is important in my mind because although we have probably 90 to 95% of the developing industry through the process, there's that 5% that may not be part of the process, and give them the opportunity to speak is my big concern, and maybe the public as well. The other option that I've presented, the alternative option, is if you wanted to, I didn't put the first motion there, that will take the information for the fire for information, because you didn't say in your last request that you wanted it for sure. That's still, you just wanted the rate. So the rate, if you just wanted to get that information, but you wanted the rest, it would be do everything, basically give first reading with me modifying that last Schedule B in the bylaw and taking out the fire out of and basically as presented here, but without the fire, the 330,000 per hectare, basically, versus the 347 per hectare. And then again, having a public hearing and going from there. So those are the two kind of alternatives that I see in terms of the bylaw. It's important that we get first reading, that we get this thing going, obviously because we have an increase and we want to make sure that we're not underfunding the assets, because the longer we wait, the more developments will occur and they'll get the old rates, right? So with that, is there any questions for my presentation or the report?
Thank you, Mark. I'm sure there's a few. I'll start it off. Just as a question for storm. So our storm, you mentioned our unique situation. So is our storm not the same as other similar cities? For example, like Okotoks. They have let's just say they have the same amount of growth. Aren't they having to plan for the same amount of storm?
They are. The problem is they have a relatively location where you can discharge storm. In this province, you need a river with basically a 10-to-1 dilution to get rid of it. And our closest river is 20 kilometers away, where theirs is a kilometer, right? So that's part of the issue that we're facing, is because of the one of the great features of Chestermere is our reservoir and our lake, but that reservoir and lake basically blocked off the natural drainage that used to go down, right? So we're kind of in that benefit negative situation. So you're absolutely right. They have the same amount of stormwater, but the cost of that disposal of that stormwater is significantly different for us.
Because we're essentially not really able to use the canal and the lake as efficiently as they'd use the rivers.
Right. We can't use the canal because they're privately owned. Yeah. And then the wetlands, because about, 10 years, 15 years ago, they came up with a wetland policy, which really limited the ability for us to discharge stormwater into natural wetlands, right? So it's basically prohibited. So that's the other part of that. So we're kind of caught in between.
One of the things that I was kind of questioning is that, do we have more impact, given our particular location, by being influenced from stormwater from our neighbors, such as Rocky View County and Northeast Calgary?
We're impacted because they limit what we can do with our own stormwater, obviously, because we're surrounded by those two communities. They are also in the process of managing their stormwater as well, right? So they can't use the canals either. So they have solutions. They were the cooperative. But there is opportunities, obviously. There's always opportunities. And that's one thing that just like I'm hoping that I can still continue, and I'm assuming that council hasn't changed its mode here, that will ask me again to continue working with the development industry on the storm, because we worked really well on the Northwest Storm Trunk and saving $30 million. I think there is some more savings on the outfall, right? But we haven't got those reports forward and brought their ideas forward, so we need to bring them in, engage in that. So I'm hopeful that there's going to be some cost savings, but at the same token, with the inflation pressures that we're finding in the industry, there's also pressure on the cost increasing. So we've got to somehow manage those.
And do we receive any cooperative funding from like Rocky View County for the stormwater that comes in at the northwest side of the city?
Nope. My understanding is their plan is that there's no new stormwater coming into that. It's just natural drainage. There's a difference also in the province. They seem to really differentiate between urban and rural stormwater. So there's somehow it's different when it falls in the city than it does if it falls in the rural area.
So we're forced to manage their natural drainage.
Yes.
Okay. Council, are there any other questions? Councillor Funk?
Through the mayor to Mark. Thanks for the presentation. It's very insightful and very detailed this year. Thank you. Fire and library, the two new additions. I know we're undertaking some projects and stuff as far as fire goes, as far as looking at transportation times, looking at number of fire halls to support that. So I think personally I'd like to see the presentation or the study that was created to understand what's making up those numbers and the number of, because that's also going to impact our future staffing levels and costs associated that way, which we've been trying to manage. So really like to understand and see that presentation personally. For library, I think it's pretty basic, and I think we can probably get some information from the library board, because we have been talking, well, I'm on the library board, and we have been talking about the need for that to expand. So I think we can probably get some pretty basic numbers as to what they're needing for the growth for the city over the next 25 years based on square footage and square footage bills and what that cost would be. So I think we should be able to get some numbers fairly quick on that.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, at the end of the day, I can work with whoever, with a person to say, this is what I did with the fire chief. I said, this is exactly what I need. Yeah. And he went out and got me that. And that draft study that you talked about, absolutely, Jamie can come. I won't speak for Jamie when he's available, but he should come and present that fire study. Now, there's nothing in the offsite levy that limits, council's decision to change, right? If this is one plan and we got 12, like if he has one fire station that's in there, and if we want to do two, and it's a little bit, it's different, but at least we'd have it start. So this one thing, my understanding, the reason I brought it forward and put it into the bylaw as presented, is I'm understanding that time is of the essence here, because our builders are running into 10-minute response time. So that really, they have to leave every other lot vacant, all this kind of stuff, or increase their building costs by thousands of dollars. So there's a real need, but we don't currently, as council, has a funding source for that. Like, even if you guys decided, hey, we really like option B or option C, you don't have a funding source. So what this was trying to do was develop a funding source, right? And we can modify it if I get a better study or a different study next year, and it says, oh, no, it's not $12 million, it's $15 million. Okay, well, we'll pump that in the number. The numbers will come up. It'll balance itself out in the 25 years. So those things can happen. Or if it comes in that we don't need $12 million, we need $9 million. Okay, then everything can come down and we'll adjust it, and it balances itself out, right? We want to be as accurate as we can, but we understand, because this is one of the uniquenesses that we do annual updates to our site levies. Yep. So we're never, and this is one thing the development industry likes, is there's always mistakes. There's always errors, there's always improvements. So we're constantly improving it, right? Now they've asked me to stop improving it up every year, obviously, but those are what we have, right? We're trying to limit the long-term risk.
Now, are you proposing that we're targeting the 330,000 as opposed to the weighted average, 295?
Sorry?
For the offsite levy?
The last year is 295 was the last year's weighted average. And this year, without fire, is 330,000. So that's a 12% increase, right? If we added fire, that would be a 17. So an additional 5% of the average to bring it up to 347 on the weighted average. Now, some people will be less, some will be more, but on the weighted average. And those weighted averages is based on where I pick to put all that area, that growth, is based on developers and where they think they're going to grow, right? And so some developers that I don't even know will grow before some other growers, right?
Now, does this also factor in the kind of grants that the city would get for these types of things for fire halls and / for libraries?
Yeah, it will. Currently, there is no specific grant. And one of the things that they've done in the past that I've eliminated now is unless we have a specific grant, then it's not in the model. Because assuming that you're going to get that grant really throws a number out.
Yeah.
Right? And then you really put a lot of extra costs in the future. But if there is any specific grants, it basically takes that project cost, minuses off the grant, then takes our percentage. So if we are 30% required, if 30% benefited us, then 30% would take off, and only 70% would go in there. And then they say, okay, that asset is going to be useful for 25 years. What happens if it's useful for 40 or 50? Well, if it's only used for 50, it only like the model does a lot of complex calculations, but it's systematic, and the development industry, and it's pretty fair. They're really impressed with how fair and reasonable it is. So it's really onerous on us. If we do get grants, it does reduce those rates, right? And it's good, right? So it's one of the things that we have a grant thing, and I did ask Jamie if there was any that he knew of right now, and he didn't. But we will get a grant provider to look into that if this is approved, obviously, to go for those. I mean, we can use our non-specific grant numbers like the MSI, and tax. Generally speaking, I prefer not to use those for offsite levies because if there's non-MSI grants that the city's doing, then we should probably use that funding for the benefit of the public as opposed to the benefit of
Exactly. Yep.
But it can be used as a financing tool as well, right? So we don't have to go to borrow it.
Now, just another question in regards to PULs, public utility lots. Did you mention that you were changing that this year or considering that for next year?
This year would be part of the bylaw. You'll see there's a red line markup that I added it under the exempt areas, and it had a list of 5 items, so I added a 6, and it says PULs for, and it's in the calculations. I have calculated it in there, not that I expect, it really would affect, this came to light from Serenity, because one of the options is that we'd have that centralized land on his land or in that area. And I'm like, well, if I took 20 hectares off his land out of the 64, and then he has to pay that, then that becomes uneconomical for anyone to develop that site, and that's not fair or reasonable, right? So
does it, I haven't seen all your math, of course, but I just want to suggest that does the company that has the PUL on their land, wouldn't they just simply get a credit for the value of that particular parcel? Because part of our charges are for the entire of their property per hectare, right?
Right, but they still, they would then, so then you just kind of, you'd have to add, they would just add, say we're buying a hectare from them.
Yeah.
So they're going to sell us that land for $200,000 a hectare.
Yeah.
But then, so they would have to sell it to us for $500,000 a hectare, right? Because they'd still have to pay the $300,000 when they subdivide it, right? So what I'm saying is, no. That you buy it for $200,000, and then they're exempt from that PUL as long as it's used for offsite levy infrastructure.
Right, so they're still charged for the rest of their land.
Oh yeah,
just not on the PUL portion.
The piece that PUL, just like they're not charged when we don't charge for MR. So when we do their calculation, they get a gross area, we take out the MR. We also take out arterial roads right now. So if we have, for example, up on Chelsea there, we took some for Chestermere Boulevard, we took some land there, we took that out of the calculation, right? So those are for very specific council authorized reductions. So that's in the bylaw.
That's good, thank you. Councillor Hanley.
Yeah, Mark, I had a couple of comments. First, I wanted to commend Edmund for enhancing that relationship with the developers, right? While protecting the city's interests. Like that process is being fair, reasonable with everybody else. Everybody's working together. And especially on the storm and the sanitary. That's where the big issue is. You mentioned like the library, you couldn't fit into the model this year because of insufficient data. I'd like to see the library and the police, be considered in future models, because as we've seen from the RCMP, as the population grows, the number of RCMP officers needs to increase. We need to deal with that. Growth should pay for growth. And so I believe that should be something in there. I'm not uncomfortable at all with the 17%, especially after last year we gave everybody a break. We did the analysis, came back. Now everybody's been treated fair. They know what's real, what's not. And when I look at the comparables, to Cochrane, Airdrie, Edmonton, Calgary, other cities in that area, we're right in line with that. And it is what it is. And we deal with, we have unique conditions for our storm issues. And I also agree with what you're suggesting for the public utility lots to exclude them. So I don't think there was really much of a question in there. I just wanted to give you some feedback.
Great, thank you for that. I mean, I got the same very similar feedback from the development industry. I brought this forward to them, the report to them 2 weeks ago. I talked about this. I said, the fires, I don't know. They were kind of anxious. They want a solution for fire, by the way. They had some ideas, right, of where it could go and all that kind of stuff. And I said, well, that's kind of Jamie's stuff and how they could do it, the buildings and all that kind of stuff, which was great. They did have some concern. They had some questions that I've got some answers for in terms of, it was a grant, like the mayor asked. And I said, right now we don't, but if there is, we had it. There was a request if there was a possibility to share the HAL with Rocky View or Calgary. And I asked Jamie about that, and he says, not right now. And it's very, very rarely done in the province of Alberta. And when it's done, it's not done successfully in his mind. So there's some concerns about that. So I think I can answer those. But they didn't seem to be put off by that 5% as I would have expected. And I think that becomes because there is a real need, because they see the value in having a fire station with the response times and making sure that their housing product can be built the way they want it to be built, right? So that's just on the side. Now, I'll let them talk at the public hearing about those things, and you can ask those questions, but those are the feedback, big feedback. I did talk to them. They said they also were concerned that the year-over-year growth has been constantly increasing and rapid, but I did show them the calculations since 2019 to now on a cumulative average. It's been growing around 10% a year, our offsite levies. It's like 50 or almost 50% over that time, but every year we're adding about 10% increase in the rates, which if you look at our construction industry and inflation and different things, it's not out of line. So we're providing good financial stewardship in my mind. The model really enables us to make sure that those things are done, and it does make sure that growth pays for growth and we pay our fair share, and everyone who benefits pays their fair share.
Are there any other questions, Council? Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, Mark. It's such a important point that our teams are working with the developer, industry, engineers, and teams. The savings that you guys have been able to accomplish is incredible. That $30 million on the Northwest Storm Trunk. And again, I always hate to increase prices and stuff on everybody, but what I hold out to be positive is that your team, our team, is going to continue to work with the developer industry team to make sure they are trying to continue to obtain possible reductions with, again, not reducing quality. On all of these various aspects. So, it really comes down to you guys. You guys and the developer teams is really making sure that the product is excellent and that they are searching for best prices. So I have to say, I definitely put my faith in what you're doing and our development industry professionals as well, and your ability to guide that. And that's really what's important for us to see how we can end up, really stretching the dollars for the significant projects that we're talking about coming in the future. I do believe we're going to get more support, but until it's actually going, it's hard to plan for that. I realize that. So, we'll jump forward with exactly, in my opinion, what you're recommending. But thank you. Councillor, are there any other final questions for Mark? All right, great. All right, do we have a initial motion for Mark's presentation? What am I doing here?
So you can see that there's an or there. So it really comes down to if you want the first question, you guys have to discuss if you want fire included or not, and then the motions will fall out of that.
And then you're saying that the or is to simply not include the fire?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
So
All right, Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council authorizes the addition of fire facilities to offsite levies as per section 648 of the Municipal Government Act to the bylaw 006-23 with the benefiting areas and rates as per update of offsite levy rates April 21st, 2023 report.
All right, thank you. Councillor, are there any comments or questions? Councillor Funk?
Just a question. Can we add library into this as well? Using the same rate? Even?
We don't have a report to support it, though, so probably not.
Just,
maybe I can make a
So,
comment
I
here.
was just wondering if we can have a conversation about that and stuff. Like, thought we were going to have a little debate about whether or not we were going to add fire or not.
Just for
For sure, we can talk about fire, yes.
sorry, Mayor and Council, just for a point of clarity, since Councillor Hanley put the motion on the table, if you wanted to add the library, you would have to make an amending motion to the current motion.
True.
Just from Mark's comment earlier, I thought we were going to have a discussion before moving straight to the motion.
I know that, what's important about what we're doing here, just speaking to the fire for a second, is that we're starting the funding. So if council ever gets additional information or grants or what have you, that can always change. And so council can adjust that, but it's important to get things moving. And the fire is obviously going to start to affect our building industry, our ability to provide permits if we don't move forward with some kind of a plan. And so we definitely have that, top of mind. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I would suggest to council that we go through the motions and then we possibly have a third motion that would indicate that in the future we'd like to see the library and the police included within the offsite levy bylaws coming forward.
Yeah, that can be, something else. Again, we have to focus on the motion on the table. Are there any other comments in relation to the motion on the table? On the floor? Somewhere on the table? Somewhere in the building? No comments? Okay, I'll ask for a vote then. All in favor? Carried? Thank you. The second motion, is the first reading to the existing bylaw as presented. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council give first reading to bylaw 007. That's not the same number.
Wrong. It was on the right one there. Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Motion that council give first reading to bylaw 006-23 being the offsite levy bylaw as presented.
Great. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried?
Motion that council hold a public hearing on bylaw 006-23 on May 16th, 2023 at 9:15 a.m.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Just as a point of clarity to legislative services, in regards to, I don't know if you can pull up, but we had a motion that was in regards to the library previously for looking into information. That still stands, I would assume.
Sorry,
So the previous motion that we had that staff was looking into library, adding to adding the library to an offsite levy. And you mentioned that there was still information required to be collected. So that motion still stands. So that motion is still being worked on by administration.
Correct. I mean, I guess Councillor Henley asked about police, which is not in that motion,
True,
obviously. One of the things that is, I just want to be clear here. I crunch the numbers to make the rate, but I need the input study, so that's other departments.
Totally.
So, you need to direct the other departments to provide the offsite levy team the information required to generate the offsite levies for adding to the model. So then that gives for example, the police to go do a facility study that says, hey, we need to do a study here, or the library board to come and say, hey, this is our level of service. We want this many square foot per person in the city. We think that's reasonable. You guys agree, then we can go from there, right? So I think those are kind of the motion. It's not, I guess I can't generate these things. We need
Totally. But in regards to the library, though, that motion still stands, and
Yeah.
the administration is still looking into that? Okay.
Seeking some clarification, are you talking about the motion that, or the suggested motion that Councillor Funk made? Or are you talking about last year's report? If it was last year's report, you would have to make a new motion, because that was only pertaining to last year. You would have to make a new motion pertaining to this year.
Sorry. So we have an existing motion that's on the floor from some time ago that was already passed by council to continue to look into the library. You're telling me we need to renew that? Because it's an annual thing?
Would you want to add police to that or just library?
If we want to adjust it. Yeah, I'm not suggesting we want to adjust it, though.
Okay, if you wanted to adjust it, you would make a new one. But if you wanted to continue with just the library and not add police in, you could leave the following resolution and just add a new action item for administration to continue looking in.
Okay. Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. I would like to see us make a new motion that is a little more specific. And the reason for that is it sounds like we reached out to city administration for this question, when really we should be reaching out to the library board for this information. So I'd like to have a new motion made where we're specifically directing city administration to reach out to the library board to gather the input information that Mark is looking for.
Should we be making this motion before reading the existing motion to determine if it accurately describes what we're looking for?
Since there's a motion on the table, you should vote on that motion and then make a new motion, unless you're amending the motion that's on the table.
Okay, so Councillor Dean, can you read your motion you just presented?
Sorry, I didn't realize I was making I was suggesting an idea, right?
Okay, so Callan, what motion are you talking about? It's on the table.
So you guys made the motion, the first one, the fire facilities to be added. That one you guys passed. The motion that was on the table, I think, was the first reading. Or did you guys pass that one?
That's been
Okay, so then you would add a new one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we did.
Yeah, and then you would add a new one.
You're good.
So there's nothing on the table then? Okay. Okay, so in regards to the motion about libraries, are we able to find that, or do you want to come back to council later today, or?
We can come back to council later today after the recess and provide that motion.
Okay. Councillor Dean, your thoughts on that?
I mean, we can wait and then just bring it back as an amended item. Like I said, my thought would be just to be more specific in regards to who we're reaching out to. But if we're going to find that out later and then be able to bring that back in today's meeting, then I'm comfortable as long as we're bringing it back in today's meeting.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, moving forward with thank you very much for your presentation, Mark. That completes that. Moving forward with our agenda items, bylaws E2, which is on page 112 to 149. Bylaw 007-23, the amending traffic control bylaw, presented by Callan Morrison from the city of Chestermere.
Sorry, just as a point of order, do we need a motion to direct staff to bring that back for later for this meeting? Table it.
Table it until.
But there's nothing to table because we didn't make a motion.
Well, you're tabling the discussion around the library.
Okay.
And as long as you state in there, when it's coming back, like later after recess, then you don't need to untable it.
Okay.
Okay. So even though it's not on our agenda, we're just going to say that we've had a discussion?
Because it's continuing the discussion that was just had.
Okay.
So if you table it until after the recess, then you don't need to pull it from the table first, and then you can have that discussion again.
So it's just a motion to table the library discussion till later this afternoon or later today. Okay, Councillor Dean?
I'd like to make a motion that we table the library discussion with offsite levies until later in today's meeting.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, so Callan, nope. Okay. Traffic control bylaw. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So while reviewing some bylaws and whatnot, as Legislative Services does from time to time, we noticed that there was a small clerical error, but unfortunately it would haven't changed the intent of the bylaw to begin with. Also, we noticed that the traffic control bylaw in general was not amended properly. The traffic control, we're supposed to have an amending bylaw that lists all the changes. When we originally did this back in December, all we did was just make the changes to the bylaw in itself. So the bylaw presented towards you, in front of you, is what we believe to be a proper way to make the traffic control bylaw proper and make some small clerical fixes as well. William, can you pull this up, please? Can you? Okay, sorry, one second. There we go. Perfect. So, Legislative Services noticed that there was a small clerical error in the second paragraph, whereas we were referring to another bylaw by mistake. In the red line version, we made it consistent with the full traffic control bylaw that is found in your agenda packages. If you scroll down, section 7, there was another error where it doesn't, the line in the bylaw does not accurately reflect the schedule. So instead of 2,000 and 200 respectively, they should just both be 1,000. And there was a change as well in section 18, number 1. It should read as permitted year round. Originally in the signed bylaw, which was another clerical error, seasonally, the city of Chestermere was the first line, so permitted year-round was not accurately recorded. That was due to confusion in the recording of the video and the fact that we simply don't have bylaws pulled up when we amend them anymore. So those errors have been rectified since, but now we're getting to bylaw 007-23, and we can get the traffic control bylaw up to speed. So excuse me.
Thank you, Callan. I think it's important to just explain to council a little bit further as to One of the process change that legislative services is recommending to add more clarity to how we're amending our bylaws.
Correct.
That we're creating. I'll let you explain it.
So when you're amending a bylaw, you have to amend a bylaw with another bylaw. You simply can't just fix, you can fix small things like adding a period, commas, proper grammar, spelling mistakes, stuff like that, but you cannot change the spirit or the intent or even changing wording to too much extent without making an amending bylaw. So this bylaw 007-23 is that amending bylaw for the traffic control bylaw. Legislative Services is learning. It's been a young department, but we're learning. So now we're finally trying to get things back as they should be done, not just flying by the seat of our pants. So this is one of those steps that we are trying to get things in order. So hopefully that answered your question.
No, and I think that it's important. I don't mean to say that you're flying by your seat of pants at all.
No.
We've been doing it the way you've mentioned for the entire time, as recommended by the previous legislative services people as well. And I commend you on the fact that we're now separating these things and making a specific amending document, which I find is which is fantastic for clarity. So that you see exactly what you're amending rather than just the amended bylaw itself, which is what we had done in the past.
Exactly. And to speak to that point, if someone were to come 5-6 years later and they'd look at the bylaw, they would not notice any changes because it's all in the bylaw. People look at these amending bylaws and they'll see exactly the changes when they were made. So it adds greater clarity as well.
Yeah, it's a good point, because as we're looking at some old bylaws, bringing them forward, we don't have that amending bylaw to look at. So we have to go from the oldest bylaw we can find and then the new bylaw that is old now, and then compare them side by side to try and see what change they made. And so it's obviously archaic compared to what you guys have suggested, which is much more clear.
Precisely.
Thank you.
So administration is simply seeking to see first reading. If council wishes to proceed with second and consideration and third reading today, that can also be done as well.
Okay. And we do expect this to happen on other bylaws that we've done in the past too?
Correct. Yeah, we're currently reviewing
Updating?
all current
Okay.
bylaws. I believe the committees, boards, the bylaw referring to the committees and boards should also be done the same. I have to look if that one was repealed. If not, we'll have to come back to council.
No, I think it's important for cleaning this up.
I agree.
I think it's good. It's great. Do you have the motion? Sorry, Kate.
If I may, the first reading will be on the version that was in your agenda package, and then we will make this amendment for second reading,
Okay.
as you see it on the red in the screen.
Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor to Callan. If there were other parts of the traffic control bylaw that we wanted to amend it, can we make those recommendations now, or how would that process work?
Council or administration recommends that you give it first reading and then begin debate on possible changes you would like to see to the traffic control bylaw.
Okay, so do you have the motion that you'd like us to deal with first? Okay. Council, if I could get the first motion read into the record. Councillor Foat?
I make the motion that council give first reading to bylaw 007-23, being the amending traffic control bylaw.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Thank you. All in favor? Carried? Thank you. All right, the second motion, and just to confirm, legislative services, do you recommend, if we wish to have discussions about some of the changes that Councillor Dean had brought up, that be had discussions now, or should we okay, great. I'll take that as a yes. All right. Do we have in the package here, do we have a copy? We do. Of the old bylaw? Councillor Dean, did you want to talk in regards to the bylaw that exists on page 114?
Yes, thank you. I'm just looking at section 23 under parades and processions. And the first one would be as a question in regards to at least 72 hours notice for approval for a parade. I'm just wondering if that is a realistic turnaround time, like if that could actually happen in terms of that 72 hours, or should it be earlier, say 7 days before the parade, to give city administration more time to process the application. And the second question that I had was under section 23 to F, in regards to approximate size, number and nature of flags, banners, those sorts of things. I'm just wondering if all of that information is needed or would even be known in terms of like, why are we counting the number of flags that are in a parade? Having been a part of the parade that happens here every year, the information that is known, for example, is the number of vehicles, approximate number of people, and things like that. But when the application is submitted or people are applying, they don't even necessarily know how many flags they're going to have. So I'm just wondering if there's just if there's just too much in regards to number of flags and that sort of thing. So I would recommend a change to F and just a question about the 72 hours.
Thank you, Councillor Dean. Just as it's the first time we've looked at that, if we just give council a minute to read section 23 here. From what I just read quickly, it looks like I agree with Councillor Dean in relation to the time frame. 72 hours seems quick. Likely should be a little bit longer before we're going to force to permit for a parade. So I agree with that. Likely 7 days, I would think at a minimum. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I guess when I went through it all, I read the at least 72 hours, which is the minimum, right? Everybody's free to basically, you can provide 2 weeks, a month, whatever beforehand. But it's a minimum of 72 hours saying, hey, if you're less than 72 hours, the city won't even consider it. And then on item F, I'm just a little confused because they're saying they started off approximate size number of flags. So it's basically everybody's best guess. Right? So I'm not sure. Yeah, no, I can see the why. So approximate size and number, flags, banners, postcards, just approximate size information is probably what we really need, just generic.
Councillor Dean?
Best guess.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm suggesting. Like the approximate size of your parade. How many vehicles do you think? How many vehicles and people and animals do you think you're going to have? I don't think that we need all of the other details, for example.
I agree.
Councillor Funk?
Just in reading this, though, it's not just parades and stuff. It's marches, processions. So I think this is also trying to cover off other situations, marches, protests, things like that are organized events, which I think is why the 72 hours, and then and the types of placards and things that they're going to.
Councillor Dean?
I think too, there's another section in here. I don't have it at my fingertips. I can find it here. Where if it is denied, then there is a appeal process of 7 days. So if you have to submit, if you can submit 72 hours and it gets denied, then there's no appeal process, right? So there's just that piece of it. And I could be wrong, right? This is a question for administration, right? Like it does seem to me to be a bit of a quick turnaround, and I'm not questioning our staff's ability to get that done. That is not what I'm suggesting at all. I'm just wondering if it should happen earlier. If the 72 hours is fine with staff, then great. But I would recommend changing to F to be more the nature of like, we just want to know an approximate number of people, vehicles, and animals.
Does it, just a question, does it make sense that you can always, to give the city appropriate notice? I realize some marches aren't maybe as significant as some big parade. But I'm just wondering if the idea is it should be longer, like 30 days notice, unless staff agree that it can be less, or completely separate out these large events versus small events.
That's what was my suggestion.
I don't know how you would exactly separate them out, though. If you have more than this many people, I don't know if that's an accurate way to do it, but that's my comment. Councillor Dean?
Could we have a recommended time frame and then, but at least 72 hours? So a recommended time frame is 14 days, but you have up to at least 72 hours, but a recommended timeline?
Councillor Funk?
I would recommend that we just direct administration to review this section of the bylaw and come back with recommended changes. Because I think there's a lot of discussion that we can have around the parade versus marches versus anything else that could fall within this. And it's probably something maybe we should review and not clump them all together if that's what they recommend.
Councillor Watt?
Thank you. Through the chair to Nancy. I think she's been trying to get our attention so that she can speak if that's allowable.
It's not, but okay.
So this is the bylaw, traffic bylaw that you're looking at, which would be set up for the structure of, in case the 72-hour notice is for a protest parade. When we deal with parades such as the country fair, there's a longer advance notice, so we know what's coming and what activities are going to be involved. So that's where the difference is. So if you went to the event page and you looked at the policy or guidelines for parades, it's slightly different because we're dealing with parades on as an event level.
So doesn't this conflict with what you just said?
Somewhat, because this was crafted by administration, either with the CPO's guidelines.
Yeah.
So there is a difference in the two.
I guess the question is, should it even be in this bylaw? Is one of my questions.
We could look at
the traffic control bylaw. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, it's so our policy or guidelines, it's not a bylaw, our policy and guidelines on events are slightly different. So it's designed where they have to give, like, I think we say 3 months, and that's a guideline because we don't know what's on our plates. Exactly. You come to us and say, hey, we want to do this. In 3 months, we go, okay, we know what's on our plates, we can see what's coming, we can work with you. If you drop it in our seats, like in 2 weeks, we don't have time, we may not be able to accommodate you because we're looking at where the event is taking place, if it's a parade, what locations, what's being involved, who has to be involved, and what other departments have to be involved. So it's a different kind of view, perspective.
Dean?
So then I believe, through the mayor to Ledge Services, I believe that what we're talking about is similar to what Ledge Services did with our, oh my goodness, you said it like 2 minutes ago. The committee's bylaw. The committee's bylaw, thank you. The committee's bylaw refers to our committee's policy. Whereas I wonder if the same then should be done if there is conflicting, then should not this bylaw refer to that policy? And or I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know why this is in here if we have a policy around this. And so perhaps to expedite what Ledge Services has asked for us to do today, perhaps a simple motion directing the appropriate city director through staff to look at this particular bylaw and bring it back to us, say, in 2 weeks and get this part cleaned up. Or to Ledge Services, I guess it would be. Sorry, I saw the look. To Ledge Services, I guess it would be, and then bring this particular part back because it seems like there's a lot of discussion. I would hate to hold up the part that just needed to get done today.
Ledge Services, do you believe that our course of action should be to? Because I know that there's other parts of this bylaw that you're trying to get corrected here today. And if we did the 3 readings, then we can have it corrected for today. Do you believe that we should remove 23 or simply leave it there and have administration come back to us, or remove it and then have administration come back to us and we can always add it back? Or what would you suggest?
My recommendations is that we come back in 2 weeks to give it second and third reading after administration reviews the section. I feel like legislative services feels like removing a section without giving a proper review could cause problems down the line, instead of just giving it a quick review over.
Okay, so we've given first reading so far.
Correct.
So we can stop here then, and we can let second and third come at a future point in time.
Correct.
You want us to provide any kind of motion that dictates time, or?
It couldn't hurt. Just direct administration to city director and administration to review section 23 of the traffic control bylaw.
Okay, thank you. If you could put that motion up, we'll just wordsmith it.
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Fogt?
I'm just wondering if it might be a good idea if we look outside our borders into other municipalities, how they handle their parades and protests and stuff like that. If legislative services could look into that, I think that would maybe help give them some clarification to bring back to us in 2 weeks.
If council is agreeing to that, we can add that to this current motion that in this process, this timeframe that they review other municipalities' traffic control bylaw, and if it's in there, and
Thank
then
you.
what it says. Councillor Funk?
If I'm not mistaken, we can continue with reading second and third reading today of the current bylaw and everything the way it's written, and then have a separate motion for them to review section 23 separately, so that we don't confuse the two issues, and that we should be able to finish off today with the current.
We can, without removing it, we could come back and then open it again, so that the bylaw is.
Completely separate motion.
Properly. Okay.
So that would just mean that we would have two amending bylaws if we were to do second and third reading for this bylaw, and then bring it back again to do the changes. So would you want a second amending bylaw, or would you want to wait and then just have this all in one amending bylaw?
Well, really, council, it just depends if we want to have the amendments live as opposed to in abeyance that are being recommended before this conversation happened in relation to 23. If we do finish third reading, then those amendments are now bylaw. They're now enacted. And then we can come back to it and then make the amendment if you guys see fit, because we're still going to have to debate what your findings find. Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. I don't know. I guess through the mayor to ledge services, do you have a preference? Would you prefer? Is there an immediacy needed to do second and third today, or do you feel we should just do it as one, as in regards to that 2 week time frame we had talked about?
Legislative services believes one bylaw would probably be better than two, because as amending bylaws are supposed to be concise and consolidate information, having too many of them can also be equally confusing. So,
Yeah, there's both sides of that. Councillor Funk?
The only urgency I see in proving today's or having second and third reading today is that I think there is a misconception or misunderstanding, because there are off-highway vehicles still driving around currently under the previous bylaw, which technically isn't allowed.
Isn't clear.
Yeah. Right. So I think the second and third reading today to clarify actually is fairly important.
Okay. Would you like to bring that second motion forward then? Second reading? Sure. Callan, if you could move back to the previous motion. Okay. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council give second reading to bylaw 007-23 being the traffic control bylaw, the traffic control amendment bylaw as amended.
Okay, are there any comments or questions?
That includes those red line changes that we showed before, to take out that first paragraph that was referencing another bylaw.
Yeah. Councillor, are there any comments or questions related to that motion? All in favor? Carried. Now, in order for us to do a third motion, which I think is what you're looking to do, we have to get council to agree unanimously.
Yes, it has to be unanimous votes for consideration of third reading.
Okay, can we put forward, what motion would that read?
I can do it.
Blaine can do it.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Councillor Funk.
Is it, sorry, is it actually a motion or is it just a request?
No, it's a motion.
Make a motion that council give consideration for third reading of bylaw 007-23, being the traffic control bylaw.
For third and final reading?
I said for third reading.
For permission. Yeah, give consideration.
I said consideration for third reading of the bylaw. I did read it that way.
Okay,
I can redo it if you want.
please.
I'll restate the bylaw, or the motion. Motion that council give consideration for third reading of bylaw 007-23, being the traffic control bylaw.
Oh, sorry. I was reading the other motion that you just deleted, sorry. Which one was the correct one for him to read?
Yep.
He said was correct.
It actually wasn't on the screen.
Do you see the difference between the two? You can't, we're not reading third reading right now?
I didn't ask. I said for consideration.
Okay,
That's exactly the way I stated it.
so would you read it one more time, please?
Third time's a charm. Motion that council give consideration for third reading of amending bylaw 007-23, being the traffic control amending bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to this bylaw, or motion, sorry? Councillor Dean?
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Funk. Can you just clarify again what you said there? I feel like I missed something as to why you're thinking we should do. I'm in support of it. I'm just wondering if you could help clarify that again of why the third reading.
Sorry, you're asking why I think we should do third reading today?
Callan, can you bring up the amendment bylaw change that you were referring to? And go down to section, number 1. Number 1? Yep. Right there. Thank you. So the clarity that is being provided is this sentence. It's unclear in the existing bylaw. And the clarity is that it's permitted year-round, period, and then seasonally, comma.
Oh, okay.
The city of Chestermere will operate.
Perfect. Thank you.
That's the only clarity. Thank you. Thank you very much. Does that answer your question, Councillor Dean?
Yeah, no, I figured that there might be some questions too in regards to that from the public, and so thank you for that clarity. That's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Legislative Services, if you can bring up the motion again, recommended motion.
Did we vote on my motion?
We haven't, not yet.
True. Very true.
Consideration.
No, the existing motion that's on the floor right now?
Sorry, there's still a motion on the floor for consideration.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any more questions or comments in relation to this motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, now for the motion to pass the third reading. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council give third reading to bylaw 007-23, being the traffic control amendment bylaw as amended.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Now, we had a question that we wanted to put another motion forward, which I believe you had a motion that we were going to wordsmith. Motion that council direct city director. Councillor Dean?
Would it be, because we found out a little bit there about policy, should we also have and related policies in regards to parades? That's automatically there without it being in the motion.
We will review that.
Great. Okay. Okay, thank you.
And should we, in that review, is that assumed that we would look at other municipalities as well?
Yes, yeah.
All right, thank you. Are there any further comments or questions in relation to this motion? Okay, if I can get someone to read the motion into the record. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council directs the city director of community operations and administration to review section 23 of the bylaw 036-20, being the traffic control bylaw, and return to council for the May 16th, 2023 regular council meeting.
Thank you. Councillor, are there any comments or questions? Councillor Funk?
Seeing as how we just actually read the bylaw in as 007-23, does it need to be that one?
That's just the amending bylaw. This is the bylaw that, because 007-23 does not have a section 23, if that makes sense.
Okay. Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry. Understood.
Okay, are there any other comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, the time is 10:56. I'll just recommend a recess till 11:10 a.m. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We're just going to join from our recess back into our council meeting. If our next presentation, which is going to come forward under Section F, reports for information, is our upcoming events for May, June, July, and August in Chestermere on pages 153 to 162 of our agenda, presented by Nancy Hinault, our events manager of the City of Chestermere. Good morning, Nancy.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Directors. It's a beautiful sunny day. It's a perfect day to talk about summer events. And so, to get you in the mood, we have a little something for you. And just for the record, my name is Nancy No, Event Manager for the City of Chestermere, and all my comments and responses will be made through the directors to the
thank
mayor,
you.
through the and council.
We have gift bags. Wow.
Yeah, it's a bra. No, it's
Exceptional.
not.
Last way longer than my dog.
Thank you.
So this, still morning? Yes. This morning, my presentation will be regarding the events that the city will be hosting in the city parks. So we invite you to enjoy the summer in the park and to mark your calendars for these events. So our first event that we're having will be the Little Royalty Tea Party. This is a revitalized remake of what we used to do before COVID. It will be hosted by the city in the city lobby, and it will be proceeds going to the Gifts of Kindness. And we've sold out twice already in the last 2 weeks that we posted it. So we are tapped out and we're ready to go. Our next event in May will be on the 14th, Mother's Day. The Young Bangura Club is an organization that has come forward and would like to do a small festival for Mother's Day that will be performances of Punjabi folk dance and other cultural dances for all ages. This event is open to the public, so we are working with the organizer right now, making sure that he's got everything in place for that. So it will be lots of fun for the community to come out and enjoy the food trucks and the music and the dancing. June, we have a few more events coming up. We are collaborating with the seniors group for Seniors Week. These particular events are the ones that the city will be hosting and lending their venues to. So June 5th, we are doing the opening ceremonies here in the council chambers, and we will be hosting the seniors tea in the lobby this year. I think that was it. Yeah, I was going to say the seniors tea is going to be, the theme is My Secret Garden. So there'll be lots of lush green trees in the lobby that day. On June 6th, we are doing Tour de Chestermere. This is community services. This is Christian's initiative. We are doing 3 touring options around the lake, and it will be ending with a lunch in the park. The 3 tours will be a longer tour around the whole lake. But with the notification from WID, we might be changing that first tour because we won't be able to access the berm on the south side. The second bike tour will be a shorter tour around just the north side of the lake, and then there will be a walking tour included also. And they'll all end up in the park at the end for lunch. Our closing ceremonies will be June 10th. So that will be happening at John P. Park, and there's some activities going there under the pavilion. A new endeavor initiative that's coming to Chestermere between June 16th and 18th is the Wild Rose Carnival. So we know that Mr. Mayor has been talking with the organizers, and I've had a brief discussion with them. That event, we are now working through right now the processes and the logistics. The park will have to be closed from June 12th to June 18th because it's going to take them a week to load in and set up and then do their tear out and move out. So we'll be having conversations with roads and parks about some of the logistics on that. This year, we are also bringing a jazz concert series to the park. There will be 3 of them. Our first one is June 21st, and the Chestermere High School Band will be kicking that one off for us. June 25th is the community pop-up program, so our community pop-up event. So this is initiative through Community Services, again, Ruby. And this is going to be a smaller, more intimate event for the community with nonprofit organizations sharing their information, cultural foods, performances, and such. We'll be doing those. I forgot, I have the clicker. Okay. Then our big signature event, Canada Day, July 1st. I believe you've all attended the Canada Day festivals before. We kick it off with the pancake breakfast. We have stage on entertainment on the stage, family activities, food trucks in a market, and beer garden, and then we end it with fireworks for the evening. July 14th, we will be doing Shakespeare on the Go, fingers crossed. Theatre Calgary organizes this. They brought it to us last year, and we're just waiting for them to announce the new schedule. And I have told them that we are very excited to have it back. We just need to confirm a date. We're hoping it will be in July. So the next one is another pop-up in July, for community pop-up events. Oh, I think there's a mistake there. I've got is that a Wednesday? Do you have your calendar? I just want to check. Okay, so my apologies. July 26th is a Wednesday, and that is the jazz concert series, the second one with Susie Q Jazz Trio. Okay, so then July 30th is the next community pop-up. It'll be running again from 10 to 2. On August 5th, we have an organizer coming forward who would like to do an event, Africa Bana Festival. So we are working with her now currently to help her with that event. And it'll be running from 11 to 6 that day. It's a Sunday, I believe, and she'll be promoting the Caribbean culture and diversity. Then we have August 12th, we have our music festival. So we're going to dive into the sounds of summer. We have a great lineup all booked, ready to go. We'll have a market, beer gardens, children activities, and then we end the night with fireworks again. Our third series in the Jazz Singer Concerts series is Johnny Summers. He'll be here from 7 to 9:30. Each of these concert series will have food trucks on site and possibly some other beverages. We're still working towards that. And then our last pop-up would be August the 27th for the community gathering. And then also through May and August, we are working with food trucks. They are getting licenses to be in the parks. Currently, Anniversary, John Peak, and Sunset. They are getting licenses to be there just during the week, during the weekend, so to add that little extra ambiance. And that's it for the city events that we are hosting. And that's just what we're doing. That's not including any of the other community events that are happening. Questions?
That's great. Thank you very much, Nancy. That's lots going on. Councillor Watt?
Thank you through the chair. Thank you, Nancy. I'm quite excited with the spring coming on and this beautiful weather. You've piqued my interest with the carnival. Mm-hmm. So I'm assuming the logistics that are still needing to be worked out is my first thought goes to parking and square footage and safety and all of that sorts of stuff.
Yes. So I reached out to the organizer and we just had a conversation this morning. I'm putting it in an email for her. We went through the list of logistics, insurance, all of the requirements for waste management, security, building permits, and all of that. They've been sent a site plan and a site plan with measurements so that they can take a look at the plot, and then we'll be following up with more meetings to ensure that everything is going to work.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any further comments or questions for Nancy? Thank you, Councillor Hanley.
Good job, Nancy.
Thank you. That's awesome. My last slide isn't going forward. Callan, can you get that to go forward? So, me, the staff, and the administration is seeking a motion for you to mark your calendars and accept the city's summer event schedule.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Watt?
I can read that motion in. A motion to mark your calendars and accept the city's events summer schedule as information only.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great news. All right, moving on to our third item under today's agenda for reports for information is going to be Legislative Services Update, presented by Kate Brandt, our Head of Legislative Services, City of Chestermere. Good morning, Kate.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Okay, so the intention of this presentation is just to provide you with an update of what our department is doing. And this is for the month of April. And so at the end, we're just looking for a motion just to accept it as information. So the current items that we're working on is we have hired a new legislative administrator to join our team. So we're fully staffed again, and you guys all met her this morning. We're working on a new request for decision page, and this will help us with the agenda process that we're looking at implementing. And we've actually found out that the program we're using now, there is a format already in place for this. So we're going to look at that and see if that's going to be a better option for us. So we should be able to report more on that shortly. We're also looking at creating a process around FOIP requests. And once we do, we'll update staff and it'll be available on our website with the new process. Looking at a new process for action items. This can also be done through our program, so we're looking at that as an option as well. But right now what we've created is shareable between all the city directors, and that's currently working. So we're going to proceed with that until we determine if the program will be better or if we can continue the way we are. Old council meeting minutes and agendas are currently being transferred and posted onto the new website, which I believe is still scheduled to launch in July. Email accounts. So we did do a cleanup of all our email accounts. We have at least 4 or 5 of them. And we're working on, we just sent out the email yesterday for one shared one, and we're looking at getting the other ones forwarded to this one so that we don't have to monitor a bunch of different email accounts. And then that one will be monitored by our whole department. All templates are being reviewed to make sure that they're current, and we're also looking at creating new templates that are going to help us for things such as VoIP letters, public hearings, that kind of stuff for our internal processes. As you're aware, we did the 3 readings in April of the Code and Conduct bylaw, and that meets the requirements under the directives. So long-term and ongoing, we have internal department processes and also updating all of our indexes. So policies, bylaws, agreements, motions, all of those indexes. We have to do not only just going forward, but also we have to review the last couple of years where there is a gap. So that's one of our main projects that we're working on right now. So we did, part of our team got to go to a conference. And so these are the sessions that we got to attend. The Indigenous Awareness one, they actually provided a really good document. So we have a copy of that for our department, and we might share that with Community Support Services and other departments as necessary. A lot of these were lawyers that had actually talked about cases. So once they do provide us with those presentations, we're going to review our bylaws and policies and just make sure that we are covered and we don't end up in situations where there have been legal cases. The other good one was the municipal census. And so for that one, I had talked to her and she said that she would be willing to present to us if we do wish. And that was a really, really neat program that they use. They actually show live data as they're out there gathering the information. So our current bylaws and policies that we're working on are, all of them are being reviewed to find Town of Chestermere to be changed to City of Chestermere. The other ones current are scooter/bike rentals. Procedure bylaw is undergoing a full review. The bylaws on deck next are the traffic control bylaw and the clean energy improvement bylaw. So this one, there's a possible grant available for the administration costs, and that's every 3 to 4 months. So that's why it's in the future there. Current policies are the use of electronic signatures and FOIP. and future are roles and responsibilities. So that'll be following a training session on that, and then we can look at writing that policy and a flag policy. For the records management section, so reviewing and updating the agreement index and compiling all 2022 signed meeting minutes, and that's just a part of what's required for the audit this year. Planning documents are in the process of being sorted, purged, and digitized. Offsite storage has been arranged for about 400 boxes. We only have about a pallet ready to go so far, but that project is a little bit higher on the list for the month of May. Researching, creating an information governance framework for the city, and that should be coming forward in about June or July. And that includes looking at our process, the policy, and procedure guidelines. And continuous research for how we can store our documents electronically. So that's going to be collaboration with IT. So as soon as we get an update on that, we'll put that in the next update. So in conclusion, we're just looking for a motion to accept this as information.
Thank you very much, Kate. Councillor, are there any questions for Kate? Councillor Fogt?
Through the mayor to Kate, who's our clerk that is looking after FOIP? Yourself or the new hire, or Kate Callan, or what?
So I'm the FOIP coordinator, but the whole team is typically involved.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions, if I could get a councillor to read in the motion, please. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council accepts the April 23rd Legislative Services update as information.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right. Moving forward with our next presentation, which is on pages 170 to 181, item number 4, which is e-scooters in Chestermere, today being presented by Callan Morrison from Legislative Administrator for the City of Chestermere. Good morning again, Callan.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I believe I was here at the end of March or beginning of April to present on the prospects of the City of Chestermere getting e-scooters in our city limits. Today, the intention of the presentation is to provide Council with additional information about the e-scooters and e-scooters programs from other municipalities. Administration is looking for the motion that Council direct City Director of Corporate Services and Administration to finalize the contract with Bird Canada with considerations of comments and concerns brought up by Council in the May 2nd, 2023 regular Council meeting, and to report back to Council with an update no later than the end of May 2023. So, quick overview, share results from other municipalities, reports, and recommendations for implementation of the program. I will be mostly using Okotoks and Red Deer as they conducted full-scale surveys of their residents, and it was quite informative. Each survey was about 20 pages, asking a variety of questions, gathering quite a bit of data. Other municipalities also did very quick reports, but they were no longer than a page long. They were kind of not the most information heavy, but in saying that, all the municipalities that were listed in the previous presentation of introducing their e-scooter programs have went through a pilot program. The municipalities being St. Albert's, Edmonton, Leduc, Red Deer, Airdrie, Calgary, Okotoks, Medicine Hat. They have all completed their pilot project, and they have continued on with their respected e-scooter company, proving that the program is popular there, and there was no major concerns to halt said program. The municipalities have conducted surveys. The aforementioned Okotoks and Red Deer found overwhelming support for the program. Residents that responded to the survey noted that they drove less and walked more during the duration of the program, which would be great not only environmentally for environmental considerations, but also health and lifestyle and community aspects. Parking of e-scooters was the primary concern of the program. However, later in the report, I suggest recommendations. Legislative Services also recommends that the city launch an information page on the city website and or Chestermere Today. Just very brief kind of discussions about how fast you can go, helmets required, how much it costs. Very, very basic knowledge, but I think it might be useful for residents just to have one place where they can find out if they have a question, they can find an answer on that page. And lastly, for the findings, the contract from Bird has been reviewed by legal and has been attached to the agenda package also provided earlier today in a folder I gave you with the presentation. And there was no major red flags. We can briefly go over that towards the end. But essentially it was just wording and kind of legal speak, but no major red flags as stated before. Survey results. So Red Deer and Okotoks conducted online surveys following the conclusion of their respective pilot programs. Questions consisted of some variation of the following: did you use? Reasons for use? Did the scooters change your traveling habits? Average use of scooters? How easy to find? Would you like the scooters program to return? And concerns. They were asked in a variety of different ways, some without getting too technical about it, but they were essentially the same questions, just asked in different ways. Results from both surveys were overwhelmingly positive, and both cities have continued their e-scooter programs after the pilot program has ended, as well as the other municipalities mentioned earlier in the presentation. Here's just a bit of a breakdown of the results. The question, this was kind of me wordsmithing it to make it coherent, but essentially is carrying the spirit of the question. Are you in favor of the program / wish for it to continue? Okotoks, 95.8% said yes. Duke said 65% yes. And Red Deer didn't ask this question, but it is still in operation, implying that it was overall positive. Question, did you ride? Okotoks, 53.4% yes. Red Deer, 62.3% yes. That's over half. I'm not sure of too many programs where you get 50% of the population 50% of respondents, I should say, to participate. Question, did it change your travel? How would you travel without the e-scooters? Okotoks, I drove less, almost 60% of respondents. I walked more, 41.2% of the respondents. And for Red Deer, how would they have traveled without the e-scooters? Red Deer respondents replied with almost 32% they would have drove. 26.3% said walking, and the others said wouldn't have made the trip at all. That's 22.6%. As you can see, it gets people out more, using their cars less, and in the case of Okotoks, walking more. Why use e-scooters? Okotoks responded with keywords: they're fun, convenient, and they were curious about how they work. Red Deer, the number one answer was they're fun. Simply put, they're fun. Question, concerns. Okotoks, safety and parking, and then Red Deer, parking. I don't have the exact numbers on me, but Okotoks asked the question, did you get injured? And I believe 0.8% of people reported injuries in the surveys. So while safety is a concern, I don't think it's a safety concern, if that makes sense. So survey summary: overwhelming support for e-scooters in the surveyed municipalities. Residents use their cars less during the duration of the program. Residents found the experience to be fun, and the top concern was parking, just to reiterate the findings. Recommendations. Legislative Services recommends that administration develop an information section on the city's website to assist residents to become familiar with the program, i.e. requirements, age, speed limits, where they can and cannot go, parking, etc., etc. Other municipalities have very similar sections on their websites that have a lot of listed questions. I think whoever is developing that, either comms, IT, or a bit of legislative services, could look to them for inspiration and kind of lift some key points from them. Also, while parking is a major concern, Legislative Services recommends that administration hold off on developing parking spots for e-scooters until the program is underway to better understand hotspots and the use of resources more efficiently. You can build a parking spot, but if no one travels in that section, that does seem to be a waste of resources. In addition, I believe administration can put decals on sidewalks in key areas to kind of make sure this is where you're supposed to park. I don't think anything like bike racks or any infrastructure like that will be needed, but once again, you don't know what you don't know. So, and lastly, questions.
Thank you very much, Callan. Councillor, are there any questions for Callan? Councillor Funk?
Go ahead.
Through the mayor to Callan. I have a couple of questions. First one, will we need to look at updating the traffic control bylaw for the use of e-scooters within the city and where they can or can't be ridden?
Through the mayor to Councillor Funk, no, in the traffic control bylaw / off-highway vehicle bylaw, there is a provision about e-scooters. The only, it's basically all the same information. I believe in the traffic control bylaw, the speed limit is higher in the bylaw than is in the terms of use for Bird, so I think we're covered in that. Bird also only allows for 18 plus individuals, whereas the traffic control bylaw allows for 16 year olds. But that is essentially you are using them as a service, so they can dictate their own terms. There's nothing really the city. I'm sure the city could negotiate, but I think that would delay potential June launch for the city. And
just my follow-up. So what we have here is a memorandum of understanding, which is listed at the top of it. My question is, typically with business opening a rental type situation like this, unless there's stipulations on one side or the other that there's requirements that have to be followed that are different than normal, I'm just wondering if we really need the memorandum of understanding, since it doesn't seem like there's anything really out of the norm that we would have for any company opening up a rental business other than getting a business license.
Yes, that is a good point. I think it more or less shows commitment on behalf of the city towards this, that yes, we are interested in the program, that we are making the necessary kind of steps. The residents are interested. I think it's more of like an insurance more so. Also, it does cover up Bird Canada's responsibility for the e-scooters themselves. Essentially, they'll be responsible for replacing, recovering, repairing, et cetera, et cetera. So,
but we would expect that of any company opening a rental of any type, right?
Mm-hmm. So, no, that is a good question.
Are there any other questions, Councillor Vogt?
When Bird is going to open up this business, when did you say they're going to do it?
It is somewhat contingent on how today goes and how quickly we can get an agreement signed, and any comments and concerns from council, we bring those towards them. I briefly talked with one of the representatives about the subject, and he said if administration is given the green light today, we should be able to get for the beginning of June. It's usually about that. It is very weather dependent. I don't think too many people are expecting it to already be summer, but being Alberta, weather changes quickly. So as of now, though, we're still looking for June, beginning of June.
Okay. Follow-up question. Do you think it'd be a good idea, in your opinion, that if they're going to do it, that they put the mayor on the first one?
Down highway number 1.
As long as he's following the terms of use and the traffic safety bylaw, I see no problem with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Councillor Watt?
Thank you through the chair to Callan. I'm just a little bit caught up on the safety element of this. Although we've heard from you that the safety, there wasn't any rate of incidents, not a great rate, 0 point something percent. Do you have any other data that you could share with council in regards to safety, number of incidents, anything of that matter?
Unfortunately, I do not have that information on me at the moment. However, there are safety provisions built into the program itself. You have to take a picture of yourself wearing a helmet. It does limit your speed. Intoxicated drivers are forbidden under both the Traffic Safety Act and the use of the program. After certain hours, you have to type in a code, and if you're too inebriated to do so, you cannot drive. However, I do think you can have all the safety provisions in the world and stuff will still happen. The numbers were fairly low from either Okotoks and Red Deer, the ones that surveyed it, but I do think there is a level of personal responsibility that the user not only must understand, but they agree to when using their service. So,
Right. Thank you.
Question.
Councillor Fote?
Are they going to be restricted to the street or the sidewalk?
I think through the mayor to deputy mayor, I believe it is dependent on the section of the city. So perhaps more so, kind of like a more central location. It might be a bit of both because that is a heavily trafficked area, not only with cars but people. So there might be a bit of a mixture. The pathway down there, if the city allows it, of course, that of course would just be sidewalk. So I think it is a bit of mixed use. I think it is like a bicycle and whatnot. It is, the priority is to be on the road, but if it's too dangerous, then you move on to the sidewalk. So.
Well, and this is operated obviously in many cities around the world.
Correct.
So it's not, we're not the pioneer of this.
Thank you.
Travis?
Yeah, so I think Cam and I can work with administration in regards to when we get to that stage of what we implement for safety measures. So if it's wherever we pilot these or designate these areas, we can, look at doing pavement markings, different bike lanes or signage or whatever for designated areas. So I know I just quickly looked at Calgary's, and that's what they've done as well. They've had a painted markings on the roadway with signs that say shared road. So it shows a picture of a vehicle and a bicycle or whatever. But Cam and I can make sure that we review that safety component, because I agree we need to make sure that we're rolling it out properly.
Okay. Are there any further questions? The first motion is to accept for information. Presentation. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah. Motion to direct the City Director of Corporate Services and Administration to finalize the contract with Bird Canada. Let me modify that. To finalize the memorandum of understanding with Bird Canada with consideration of the comments and concerns brought up by Council on the May 2nd, 2023 regular Council meeting, and report back to Council with an update no later than the end of May 2023.
Okay, Councillor, are there any comments or questions in relation to this motion? You wanted that to be amended, though. Are you able to amend that, Willie? Councillor Hanley was recommending that it say, instead of contract, that it say memorandum of understanding. Thank you. Okay, Councillor, would you move forward with the vote now? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Callan.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Councillor Hanley?
Do we need a motion to direct administration? Because one of the items in the presentation was an information package on the city's website and Chestermere Today. Or is that not required? Administration can just do that on their own?
Through the mayor to Councillor Hanley, I believe the section of this motion itself with consideration of comments and concerns brought up by council. So that I think the motion covers information packages like that.
Thank you. Okay, we have one item that has been brought to my attention from Ledge in relation to an addition to the agenda that I need to get unanimous decision from council. We've just had a request that we have the appointment prepared and to approve for the auditor for the city of Chestermere. So I believe our first step, correct me if I'm wrong, Callan, is to allow the agenda to be amended.
That is correct. The motion is here, and to remind council, it must receive. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. My apologies. Wrong one.
All right, council, if I could provide the motion that council amend the May 2nd, 2023 regular council meeting agenda to add an emergent item under section E, part 5, being the financial audit 2022 to 2026 request for decision report. Okay. So that'll enable us to then have the presentation that we're going to have in a few seconds about appointing an auditor. Is that correct? Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor, are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion that I just read in? No? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Good morning, Kyle. We'll let you come forward now. We're just going to discuss your presentation. So what we'll be doing is appointing the auditor now that city administration has brought forward. Kyle, if you can just push the mic on, it's got a button there. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So the City of Chestermere, we have requested proposals for the supply and delivery of the annual financial audit as required by the Municipal Government Act of Alberta. The City of Chestermere is committed to competitive purchasing as the primary strategy in procurement of goods and general services. This process is based on the principles of fair and open competition, best value, transparency, and accountability, and is in compliance with the New West Partnership Trade Agreement and the Canadian Free Trade Agreement. The term of services will be for a 5-year period beginning with the audit of financial statement for the year ended December 31st, 2022, as well as any other fiscal reporting requirements for the periods which end within the 2022 calendar year. In addition, we have the 2021 year-end audit that will need to be completed before proceeding with the 2022 audit. So for discussion, the City of Chestermere received one proposal in response to its request for proposals. The proposal itself was evaluated against predetermined qualitative and quantitative criteria specified within the request for proposals. The evaluation criteria included measures based on availability and delivery, customer service, support, communication, quality of audit and assurance services, as well as pricing. Recommended action. So we are seeking a motion from council to appoint Gregory Harriman and Associates LLP to be the city auditor and allow for the corporate services director to sign the contract.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Are there any questions of council for Kyle? Councillor Watt?
Thank you through the chair to Kyle. Thank you for this notification. If my memory serves me correctly, Gregory Harriman and Associates were previously the city's auditors prior to our last auditors, correct?
To Councillor Watt through the mayor, I believe it was KPMG, and prior to that, I believe it was actually PwC. They would have been the one pre that.
Yes, during my tenure here, it was Gregory Harriman. I'm just wondering, and I'm concerned about the optics of this in regards to one proposal and it being Gregory Harriman, considering just the lack of proposals and interest in. Did you hear anybody else? Was there any feedback given in regards to this proposal, or it was just the one application that you received?
We did only receive the one, and many firms, they couldn't bid on it just because of timing. So because it's the first period of it is going into the summer, many of them have staffing issues that they were unable to complete it and would have been unable to complete it for the first, for 2021 as well as 2022. It precluded them from bidding on the package as a whole.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Now, as I understand, Kyle, doesn't Gregory Harriman also do Okotoks, Strathmore? I can't remember what other cities it does.
I believe they do a number of other municipalities. I'm not sure which ones exactly that they do, but they do specialize in municipalities.
Yeah,
That is their,
okay.
their specialty.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Dean?
Sorry, just as a point of order from mayor to ledge services, don't we usually on an RFP process do this in camera first? Have that conversation about the process of who had applied and then come out and discuss it? Or no? I like just for every other time that we've done this where it goes out to RFP and comes back, we see the criteria, we see like all the things that it was evaluated against. And if memory serves me correctly, that we see that first and then have that conversation out. I just want to make sure that we are on side in terms of having conversation in regards to this particular client. I just want to confirm that. Thank you.
I'm not sure on the processes here, but usually if there are multiple bids, you would come with obviously a recommendation and you would go through why in a closed session. I'm not sure. I think maybe it's because we only had one, but.
Just to follow up on that, there's nothing personal or potentially damaging to the business since it is just a recommendation for appointment. This is okay to be in a public session.
Are there any other questions in relation to for Kyle? Okay, so staff is seeking do we have the motion that staff is seeking? Okay. All right, Council, if I could get Councillor to read in the motion. Councillor Dean?
Sorry, can we still, is it still possible to ask a question before we do the motion? Is that?
Yes.
Can we still have discussion? Is that okay?
Yes.
Sorry. Just in regards to timeline then on the 2021, how do you, I see it on here. Do we have a timeline in regards to that?
To Councillor Dean through the mayor, we do. It's right now it's a rough timeline. It depends on when they can actually start. It would be, I believe, should be starting in June for that. So we should be done both of the audits by September, end of September.
Okay, if I can get the motion read in, Councillor Funk.
Motion that council appoint Gregory Harriman and Associate LLP to be the city auditor and allow the corporate services director to sign the contract.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? All opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kyle.
Thank
All right, with that, we're going to move in camera. Now, we have a motion that Ledge wishes us to follow for moving into camera. Okay, so the current motion on the screen is the motion that Ledge wishes us to follow when we go in. Councillor Funk would like to read.
Motion that council moves into camera at 11:59 a.m. to discuss the following. As per FOIP Section 16, 1, land, labor, and/or legal. And as per FOIP Section 21.1, Minister of Municipal Affairs directives.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? Sorry, there's no comments or questions. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We're just coming out of in camera. If I can get a motion to come out of in camera. Councillor Fote?
I make the motion we come out of in camera on May the 2nd, 2023 at approximately 5:25 p.m.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. All right, coming out of in camera, we do have two orders of business that we'll bring forward. The first motion is on the screen. Council, if I could get one of you to read the motion for the record. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council direct the city directors and administration to reach out to the relevant third parties to discuss and explore solutions to mitigate liabilities of golf balls leaving the golf course and endangering surrounding people and property, and bring back to council with monthly updates at the beginning of said months.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Is there a second motion? Okay, Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council to direct the city directors and administration to discuss with legal and send a waiver of liability/indemnity agreement to Lakeside Greens.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, we have one item that we need to lift from the table now. If I can get a motion to lift the library conversation back to the table. Councillor Funk?
I make a motion that we lift the library question discussion, offsite levy discussion that was previously tabled today.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. So, Ledge, can you describe what we have here? So this is the motion that was previously done?
Yes, so the motion was made on May 17th, 2022, and it did include models for both libraries and police/fire, and they had models with them and without them. So we should be good to continue with the 2023 budget models that include police, fire, and libraries.
Okay, great. So just so the public understands why we're looking at this, is council was just concerned about if we had our motion stating that the libraries and the police can be looked into in regards to our offsite levy. And so staff, legislative services has confirmed that our motion does provide for that. So going forward, we're just accepting this information or just simply moving forward?
Just simply moving forward with administration to have this back on their follow-up action items. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I believe that concludes our meeting today. If I can get a motion to adjourn. Councillor Fote?
I make the motion that,
sorry,
I make the motion to adjourn this meeting at approximately 5:30 p.m.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Thank you. Thank you, everyone.